Hello, and welcome to AUTOMAT Live-Coding. Three things. Let's start with quick intro, then I will do some talking about C++ and crashes and AUTOMAT strategy, and then we will do some bug fixes. Okay, so intro. This is a stream about AUTOMAT. AUTOMAT is a visual programming system. It's meant for game automation, but it doesn't try to limit itself to game automation. The point is to make something that can be used to automate all sorts of things. The system is composed of a bunch of objects that can be connected together to do stuff. The main thing is that it can access your desktop, and it can interact with your desktop. You have access to quite a few objects that can do stuff in your system, like pressing mouse buttons, keyboard buttons, keyboard keys. You can arrange the execution on a timeline. That was broken. And then you have some scripting abilities. By scripting, for scripting we're using machine code. So you can use literally machine instructions there it is. Machine instructions to execute stuff, and those instructions can interact with all those other objects. There is some OCR. I cannot detect anything here, unfortunately. There is no text. I could probably detect some text here. XCB generic event tree. Anyway, so this is what AUTOMAT is. And recently we've been improving the stability of the system, mostly because we have some tests, and if those tests are meant to run, they need to verify that AUTOMAT finishes successfully and nothing crashes in between. So now it's possible to press this X button and AUTOMAT exits without any stack traces. Big achievement, big achievement. But not all bugs are fixed yet. I took a note of 3 of them, and there is one more related to stopping macro. Very strange. Hopefully we will fix all of them today, but it's quite a lot. But what I wanted to talk about at the beginning of the stream is that long-term crashes are going to be a problem. This system is a very low-level system. It's all C++, and users of this system get access to very low-level system things. Like the things that we have planned is, for example, compiling stuff and loading freshly compiled stuff into memory and executing it. So, if you're modifying literally the sources of AUTOMAT and reloading it at runtime, it's going to just keep crashing all the time. If you connect to other games and start messing with their memory, yeah, more crashes. So, what can we do about those crashes? There is one thing, a trick, that I was using for some time and that I intend to deploy in AUTOMAT. The trick is that the most crashes that you can cause in a program, like they are segmentation faults and maybe some assertion errors. But when you hit those issues, the program doesn't actually crash right away. What really happens is that either the program detects a problem when assertion happens, detects a problem and tells the operating system, I failed, please shut down the program, like we are done. So this is one type of issues. Another type of issues are segmentation faults and segmentation faults essentially, or signals that kill program. The thing with segmentation faults is that they are not really a crash. They are more of a notification to the program that, hey, you accessed a memory which is not allocated. So the operating system literally on Linux it sends a signal, but on Windows it's similar. It notifies the program that there is a problem, and the crash isn't forced by the operating system. The crash, the shutdown, the segmentation fault is a choice made by the standard, I think, C library, or maybe it's caused by not handling the signal. So when you receive a signal, you don't handle the segfault signal, your program crashes. But if you do handle this signal, you can recover. In your signal handler, you can analyze the stack trace and fix it so that the program can continue running. Within AUTOMAT, we are lucky enough that this could be possible. So the stack trace that we get in a segmentation fault is something that we could theoretically unwind to release all of the resources. And if the crash happened while the program, while some object like this one was executing, then just notify the object that, hey, you crashed. Reset your state to some sensible value, and the object should be able to continue. So hopefully, this is the plan. Again, we will probably do this along the C++ compilation stuff. It should be possible to make the objects capable of recovering from crashes. So I think we can actually make the crash experience kind of nice. When I create this object, you see this fire, right? We could use something similar for segmentation faults. We could literally have objects which have crashed. We could set them on fire. We could print more information where and why they crashed. And those objects, because they are not bringing the whole program down, they keep their data. We should also be able to, this is actually very important, to keep the user data and not lose it. I think it's going to, this sort of controlled crashing would actually produce a really nice user experience. Yeah. Okay, so this is plan next year. Right now, let's go back to concrete bug fixes. I think we should start with this one because this is a fairly basic thing. Should never crash. Absolutely never. And recently, we managed to configure project. Recently, we switched Z to a new debug configuration, so we should be able to use this new session debug AUTOMAT. So this should build AUTOMAT in a mode where it crashes. We should get a segfault, like a nice stack trace. I'm amazed that we managed to make AUTOMAT close without crashing. So closing without crashing is harder than it seems. It's actually harder than not crashing at runtime, because it's kind of common for programs to accumulate garbage. Like, they get messier and messier as the time progresses, because there is this guarantee in operating systems that when your program closes, the operating system will release all resources for you. So file handles, you can open how many however many files you want and keep them open, and operating system will just close them on shutdown. The same, I think, should be true for GPU resources. It's not Vulkan actually forces you to release them, but memory, all sorts of stuff that you can do in the operating system. Operating system, if your program closes, will just release them. But the stuff that happens in Vulkan, that was super tricky. I'm so happy that it's no longer, now we are actually keeping track of everything and releasing all of those resources. Okay, so this is our macro record.
Gavin30 Wally says,
Hi.
Hey. So macro recorder, it used to work for a long time, and I haven't shown it yet on this stream, but this is basically the main way of interacting with AUTOMAT. All those objects, you can theoretically build macros out of them directly, but really you should probably use macro recorder because it automates all this stuff. It looks at all the events that are happening on all input devices and creates a bunch of helper objects for you here. Maybe unzoom. You can see I was pressing left mouse button here. I was moving my mouse here. I'm still moving my mouse. And this is when I was clicking the middle mouse button. So the UI is laggy, but don't worry, because first, this is a debug build, so it has lots of extra debug stuff enabled. And two, the rendering thread is actually completely decoupled from the actual core execution. All of this happens in the background at a separate high priority thread. Actually, multiple threads. Anyway, when I click stop here, it should crash. Let's see. Nice. And oh yeah, I know this place. The Z debugger is my favorite debugger so far. Nice things that it has, it has so many buttons, so many features, but each of them is important. This one allows me to hide the C++ boilerplate, basically. All those insane kind of mental std-lib implementation thingies, I can just get rid of them by clicking this button. Now I see only my code, which is contributing to the crash. Okay, so let's see what happens. I am pressing the down button. Yep. Divide, blah, blah, blah. So we're calling this on cancel. Logging release. Okay, this is good. Okay, there is a value here. Go up. And this. This is pretty strange. It should certainly not be null pointer. me restart this. Yeah, actually, speaking of crashes, I can I can just click play, and okay, it exited with exit code -1. So debugger didn't fix it, but it's possible to actually make the program continue. I would like to put some random breakpoint here, or maybe not here. Go to this thing. What are all of the... So this is a reference. It can only be initialized, it cannot be reassigned. And this is the only place which we are creating this keylogging. So it should be pointer logging. Okay, one more run, one more run. Debugging with debugger is so easy. There is no second guessing, it just tells you where the crash comes from. Yeah, logger is definitely 0. The only place where this is called is this. I have double pointers here. Those double pointers could hide some issues. Yeah, I'm interested in the first argument. Yeah, this is garbage. Let's throw this out. Only interested in this thing. I'm closing and reopening AUTOMAT because it's also what can be used to save the state. So let's run this and let's stop it. So when we are doing begin logging, we definitely got a pointer here. So we are allocating this on the heap so that nothing funny happens with this pointer. I think maybe the only place where a reference can be set to 0 is that if this reference was deallocated, it's unused, it's a dead object. Okay, 1 keylogger active. And here oh yeah, after this line, this is deleted. Yep. So this should probably be called here. And I don't think we need this. this probably, and we probably don't need this here. It's funny that I have this streak of bugs where the solution to the bug is written in plain text, right next to the bug. During the last stream, I've spent like something like 3 hours debugging some Vulkan issue. And I literally had a line saying, hey, this could cause a data leak if there is a race between threads. Yeah, and that was the bug. That's basically the bug. Yeah. Now macro recorder works. Let's see how it moves the mouse pointer around. I can make a nicer shape like that.
Sindevelov says,
Hello?
Hey, hello. So first bug fixed. So that was the worst one probably. I see more bugs, but they are not really related to crashes. But so there's one thing, when this macro recorder starts, it should change this icon to a recording icon. It should not be play. Or maybe it should be play.
By the way, how am I supposed to interpret an API telling me that something is haywire, but that there are no errors?
Haywire but no errors? That reminds me of blueprints in Unreal Engine. Some kind of chaos programming. I think there is one more issue. So when this macro recorder is activated by another object, for example this switch, I should redesign this switch. It's very unintuitive. Nobody knows what it means. But this macro recorder doesn't animate its button properly now.
Haywire means malfunctioning, but apparently there's no error.
Yeah. There are those, happy systems that can do funny stuff. Maybe it's by design. It sounds like an AI-based system.
What do I do with that information?
Probably nothing. It's probably fine. If there is no error. Imagine I don't know, maybe some AI, some program which can enter a chaotic state where it does crazy things, but it's still working according to design. This up. When I click it updates, when I activate it from here, it still updates, okay. Okay, I know what the issue is about. The button is not waking up. Okay, I need to take note of this.
Alright, also the message was banned. Haywire, but when I checked the error logs, there was no errors listed in the API's error info panel.
Oh, so you are talking about an actual bug.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a case of this Bobby drop tables. You know, there is this XKCD about a kid named semicolon, sorry, apostrophe semicolon, drop tables semicolon. And this is Bobby drop tables. It's a kid who just kills all of the IT systems.
I got the message 555 banned Haywire, but...
Nice. You mean you think it was deserved? Hey, this issue seems to have went away. Actually, let me check. No, it's still crashing. So time for a debugger.
Before that, I got 602 server busy contact Omina. Try again later. Then, when I tried again...
Yeah, it's so strange to me why people do this. Call later.
I got 555 banned Haywire.
Are those HTTP status codes? I never knew of 602.
No.
Yeah.
It's custom protocol.aware.
Yeah, but in terms of throttling traffic, HTTP is so cheap. It's possible to have your like desktop PC handle like tens or hundreds of thousands QPS of HTTP traffic. So
It's the IBB UDP datagram AP protocol.
So I'm really wondering what people are doing that is making it impossible to serve websites fast enough. But okay, it's database. That's still strange. They're probably using some quirky database.
I think the API was designed in the 90s to run over dial-up.
Is it possible to download this database? Maybe there is a dump from torrents?
Wiki anetb.com net.
URL.
Yeah. data dumps. Perfectly fine. Those are just anime titles, I guess.
The title's dump doesn't include hashes.
Yeah, it seems like IRC is the place to ask for it. But it seems like I am impressed by the polish of this website. Wow. Oh, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Jabber.
And it B has been around forever. They have all the info on Animite.
Hmm. Okay, I guess I know what could be causing the issues. This is powered by Wikipedia, a PHP backend. So it's probably using something like MySQL or PostgreSQL to store the database, which is, yeah, really kind of slow.
UDP definition page. This is just the wiki.
Yeah, but I guess the other APIs, if they are synchronized with the wiki, they are probably using the same database, and they are probably parsing the memory layout, or sorry, not memory layout, the data structures that the MediaWiki is storing in the database. I'm just trying to imagine how it looks on the other side.
The main DB doesn't run on the wiki's database, I don't.
But...
Main site is in edb.net.
yeah, I thought that the animalist is synchronized with the wiki.
It's a different platform. This is just their APA help wiki.
Yeah, I guess you will find the answers here. And the haywire, I guess they banned you because you exceeded some kind of QPS. This is some throttling against broken clients. Not QPS, some query limit.
No, I validated my client. About a year and a half ago. Worked fine all that time.
So we think this is a bug on their side. It's good to report it, probably.
Then I replaced my database backend on the client. and went to rebuild the local DB and had these issues.
This works. This crash. If this happened as a result of your change, then I think it's a bug on your side. And here.
I don't know if it did, or if the server's just throwing a fit because it needs a reboot.
There is one keyword in your statement which is rebuilding the database. Rebuilding the database usually requires a couple queries and it's very likely that those couple of queries tripped some kind of quota limit.
Errored after one query.
Maybe it was more than one query. I don't know.
I checked.
Because the other side, IDB, there is no way they could have known that you are changing your client, except if they got some extra requests.
I've rebuilt the DB before without issue. I'm not scraping their site. I'm just querying info on the shows on the local drive.
And sorry, their API is returning errors when you are querying a local database? How? You said you rebuild the database without issues.
No.
Flip-flop issue. It's about just not checking the long-running boolean. Not boolean, pointer, before accessing it.
I've got a file that I hash locally, and then send the hash to the API, and it tells me what episode it is. I sent one hash, and it errored.
Maybe you don't know about all the requests.
I wrote the client. From scratch.
So you should know what's wrong then, right?
It's sending one packet.
Those switches, they work strange, but I think this is how they should work. It's a very strange object. Maybe I should get rid of it. Probably more confusing than... It's even confusing to me. I don't know what this does, really. I know it can switch other objects on and off, but... what exactly is it doing? I have no idea. It seems to be switching other objects off, except this one. It also seems to ignore the switch off message.
Button or switch tool.
Yeah. The idea here was that this should have been, you know, like when there are like executions, there is an electrical chair and there is a guy with this, you know, switch that's flipped down and, you know, sorry, not flipped down. It's actually flipped up, you know, to close the circuit. I think that was the original intent, but that was probably a little too hard to render in this, you know, skeuomorphic way, because that would require some kind of 3D motion.
When it turns on, it toggles what's attached.
Yeah. I think...
When it turns off, nothing happens.
So when you connect, it works. It seems to work slightly differently when you connect it to itself and to other regular objects. So this is a timer. I will set it to, I don't know, longer time. So when I switch it on, it activates the timer. When I switch it off, it stops the timer. So it can be used to switch other objects on and off. That's nice. And this is actually something different than most objects. Maybe I will use another timer.
Yes. The second switch toggles when it gets an on signal.
Most objects, they can send signals, so this is going to be a signal. And when I send it, it starts the other object. But when I have overlapping signals, like extra signals, the extra signals are just ignored. This is the only way to switch other objects off. Because when I do timer, it's ignored. When I switch this, it switches off the other object. So it's kind of like you say. But this object itself is working in a very strange way because it doesn't actually switch itself off. It enables this signal and then and then nothing. I think I just need to fix this behavior. I think it should switch itself off when I switch this off.
It toggles when you send a signal to it. When you stop sending a signal, nothing happens.
Except in this case. In this case, it actually stops the other object. Yeah.
I'm not talking about that case.
Yeah, but the object should be kind of consistent. It should work, you know.
I'm talking about the switch at the bottom.
Yeah. Some inconsistency here.
It's the receiving side that's the problem.
Yeah, yeah.
The problem is in the code that receives a signal for a switch.
I think it's flip-flop thingy.
But this is useful, because it's supposed to be a flip-flop. It's acting like one.
Actually, that's true. There is this electrical component.
One. Toggle. Zero. Nothing.
Wonder when I put a switch like that here. So I have this object. It's very interesting because it continuously sends a very simple signal. I wonder what it'll do here. Okay. It will make it crazy.
That's what a flip-flop does. A flip-flop, flops when you put a 1 in. Otherwise, it does nothing.
Yeah. Is there a good metaphor for a flip-flop? Ask Gemini. Maybe Gemini will figure this out.
Basically, you're doing it right. If you want a flip-flop, not a flip-flop switch. Gate.
Yeah, it's
No.
so somebody who works in electronics would understand this. But the goal is to make it understandable by kind of everybody.
Ask it to describe a flip-flop gate.
Yeah, I know. There is a good description here.
A motor controlling a switch.
Hey, this is a nice idea. A pen. Pens have the flip-flop mechanism because you have to press them, release them, and then press them again to activate them.
When the motor is turned on, it turns the switch.
Chain pull switch. This is another good one.
Yeah, pull chain would be the easiest to implement. One of those old pull chain light switches.
Yeah. I'm actually wondering if I want a flip-flop, because the goal for this object was to make it possible to switch other objects off. So it doesn't really have to be a proper flip-flop. It could just as well be...
That still functions.
It could be a direct switch. So when the input signal goes away, it can actually switch the output off immediately.
But you can leave the flip-flop option. That's just a repeater then. You don't need a repeater. Just switch it to a pull chain. That solves both problems.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this...
It still acts as a switch.
I think there is one problem in the design of the cables, is that those two cables, this one and this one, they are looking almost identical. They have a bright light on, but they are actually doing a very different thing under the hood. This one is actually blinking very, very fast. It's blinking so fast that it's just constantly bright. But this one, it carries permanent on signal.
What can be used as a flip-flop too?
There is the one fun behavior of those objects is that if you stack a lot of them together, they start behaving in a funny way. They start behaving like a binary counter.
Make the other one pulse.
Place them like that.
Yeah, 'cause that's what a binary counter is. Flip-flops hooked up to each other.
Yeah. Okay, so actually the dark color indicates 1.
Did you know that AI can get really weird when you put repeated symbols that can't be pronounced?
Yeah, there is this, the term for this is called out of distribution sample. So they were trained to work with real text, and when they are faced with some random gibberish, it can trigger all sorts of weird behaviors within the model.
I tried to do it, but Twitch blocked it.
There is some validation, I think, in the TTS. I think it will refuse non-ASCII text.
How's this?
Let's see. So this is the TTS. Yeah, it just ignored it.
It didn't screw up that time.
Weirdly enough, putting dots, I think dots are actually passed to the TTS, and they do mess up with it. If you pass a couple dots or colons, it will get out. It will get pretty confused then. Now it's set to 0, and this is like a carry flag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah. But I don't think we need stable flip-flops. I would say this is a bug. I would like maybe a nicer switch. Maybe this connection should be visualized differently. But okay, this is for another day.
If found out how to avoid the TTS, it seems.
Yeah, a lot of tiled characters. Okay, there is apparently a crash when I delete a running timer, but I will actually change this to much higher frequency, and there is a crash. Stop this issue.
What about the ECI? Nope.
Yeah, the stuff that you're sending isn't even reaching the my server. It looks like Twitch is cleaning this up. Deleting a timer, we have just 2 crashes left. Those things we fixed, I will delete them because those were fixed during the last stream, and this stream we have done those things.
What about this?
There are resources for this TTS on GitHub, so we can check how it's cleaned up.
Well, that screwed up Twitch. How come I can't post Ogum on Twitch?
we had this. What was the crash about? Deleting a timer. So let me make a timer, set it for like 1 millisecond.
How am I supposed to talk in old Gallic with the bros?
Okay, this is the shortest stack trace I've seen, just 4 frames. So we have a loop, which is the main executor for tasks. Execute, on task, execute.
If we can't use the Ogum alphabet,
Okay, I just need to check if the lock is possible.
did you know Ogum has a space that is not a space?
I'm not familiar with Ogram. An old Irish alphabet.
It's the only space where a space contains a line.
It's nice that the pronunciation of all letters is still known. So you can write vertically and horizontally, nice.
But Twitch blocks the script. IDKY.
I like that the names, they sound like a lot from, a lot like Lord of the Rings names. You can see where the inspiration came from. Wilean.
That's because they're all Germanic languages that inspired Lothar.
I would say the Irish, this one, Old Irish, is the most. It sounds the closest to Lord of the Rings names. I mean, Tolkien invented his own, like, a couple languages.
No, Finnish. Finnish is closer.
Yeah, that should be the fix. Let me check.
How do you handle this? It just pauses.
It doesn't even pause. It probably removes this and maybe replaces it with a single space, something like that. Okay, we want single millisecond. Yep. But this is good. It actually shows that we are deleting some objects when they are thrown into the black hole. Oh, another bug fix.
What about this?
I think you can break it, but the key is probably using just ASCII letters in funny combinations.
Huh. Yay, I broke it.
Oh, it said ha. That was actually a very good TTS. I mean, if I saw this text, this is how I would respond as well. I would say ha. Macro recorder seems to work.
No, it said huh because I put huh, but then it said foo.
That's nitpicking. It was fine.
That time did nothing. It's hit or miss. Have you seen what happens if you ask ChatGPT to say 60 tildes?
Okay, there was an error. Finally.
It has a meltdown. It's hilarious. It has a worse meltdown if you ask it about the seahorse emoji, though.
If you ask it to pronounce it, right?
No. If you ask for it.
Yeah.
It has a meltdown.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a meltdown. I wanted to investigate this crash. And when I was zooming in here,
See what I mean? It got really confused.
this reasoning.
In the past, it even went for like 20 pages. But they fixed that.
The dragon looks kind of like seahorse.
Are you logged in?
I don't think so. I actually don't use.
So try it in incognito.
I don't use ChatGPT typically. I usually use other models. I even have some local ones. Okay, this crash. Where does it come from? It's in the recorder thread. During playback. Okay, those are the worst issues. Maybe I can see how large is this canvas. Okay. With height, all of this looks reasonable. Okay, I'll be right back. We're back. I thought that this issue is going to be caused by just an incredibly large canvas. And this is not the case. Matrix is broken, it's completely broken. This is fascinating. It seems like this is not an issue in my code. It looks like Skia is crashing. We are entering some draw rounded rectangle. Out. And it is tiny. It's tiny, it has some radius here. This rectangle looks good actually. Okay, we are trying to draw blurred rounded rectangle, okay. Let's device sigma. Okay, this is actually a very reasonable number, 128. Still using local coordinates. So this is 128. Yes. And those are... This is our crazy matrix. Okay, this is our... the size of the rectangle in device space pixels. It basically says this is covering the whole screen. Here. Okay, we are here.
Here's the actual seahorse emoji according to Copilot.
Let's use this.
That's a seal.
This is best. I mean, you can search for it in Google and it will actually find seahorse. But this is not an AI. This is just a database.
Have you tried asking for the water bottle emoji?
It? You mean what? ChatGPT again? This is some static function. Is there something special about water bottle emoji?
The reason these cause LMS to freak out is they are subject to the Mandela effect. There is a large amount of people that believe these emoji exist and post so on the internet, so the LM thinks so too.
But you know, when you mention seahorse emoji, I actually thought it exists. Seahorse is not an exotic. I mean, it is a little bit exotic, but yeah, I actually thought it exists.
Yeah, a lot of people think the seahorse, the water bottle, and the robber emoji are things.
Yeah, there is a police officer, so there should be a robber. It would be nice if somebody created like an artificial language for people based on emojis, like a new Esperanto. Is there such a thing? Yeah, somebody needs to figure this out. We need an emoji-based language. That could be the first like universal language that would work, that would actually be picked up.
It's called Chinese.
Fair point.
But nobody has time for oracle bones.
So we are calling those callbacks. Let's return here. And one level up here. So, what are we exactly? Is this a distractor of something? Okay, we are just here.
Bring her back and go look for some dial.
I'm surprised my font can draw this. Some Comic Sans has those glyphs.
Is the most complex character in Chinese.
None of my programs can display this. I'm surprised that the stream overlay can.
URL.
There's a picture.
It looks nice. I don't know what's here. There is a very wide dude at the top. There is something below him. He's standing on something. Okay, all of this looks good. This null pointer, there is no surface. Okay. Okay, why is it null?
This is the most complex Japanese character.
URL.
This looks like just a bunch of characters written one after another. There is clearly the top one, there is second row with another 3, and there is a row on the bottom with... I don't know how to group them. Should those be 3 characters, or maybe those 2 would be separate ones?
It's one character. Those are radical and compounds.
Nice one. I think emojis would be easier to understand. Emojis would actually be kind of cooler. And there are emojis for like dragon cloud. All those symbols, they could probably be turned into emojis. You cannot write them without a computer though. Speaking of crashes, I took a look at this. And it seems that we are crashing because we are trying to allocate just insanely large surface. Those are the dimensions. Even though there is a clip on the screen. So this bug, this is actually one of the few ones where I'm not at fault. It's Skia that's forgetting to apply clip. So let's go up, maybe, like here. Because maybe, who knows, maybe I need to apply this clip explicitly. Maybe then it will not crash. Something like that. Stop this. I want to see if the rendering is still correct. It's possible I messed something up. I'm not sure if this should come before translate or after translate. It's probably after translate, because there are invisible objects. Okay, let's see if this will crash now, because now we definitely have a clip. Still crashing. Let me see if the crash is still happening in the same place. So theoretically, maybe I could fix this if I update to a more recent version of Skia.
Have you ever heard the song Libera Me from Hell? It's unique. It's opera mixed with hip-hop rap.
That sounds cool. Can you check something? No, I better not play this from this machine, because YouTube sometimes does silly things. I will get this though, and listen to this later.
Yeah, it's probably copyrighted.
Yeah, so I got the song, but I will listen to this later. I do enjoy song suggestions. Okay, this is debug, so when I zoom in, it should crash.
Did you get to the rap part yet?
No, I'm not listening right now. I'm playing some other songs that I can play.
Oh, okay.
Okay, this is a different crash. It's not. Scratch Resource Manager.
I don't think I've ever seen cigarette before.
Oh, this is just this is very common. This is what happens when you have an assertion failure. This is assert. Yeah.
No, that's zigzag?
No. Assertion failure is assertion failure can also be a regular exit and not necessarily signal. Segmentation fault is a totally different beast. Segmentation fault is just a friendly reminder that you are reading unallocated memory. Like you're trying to do something that the memory does not allow. weirdest signal and probably the hardest to figure out is probably sig bus. It happens. It happens when you have something totally broken in your program. And when you get sig bus, it's far worse than segmentation faults. Segmentation faults are simple compared to sig bus.
Why would your program crash if you don't access bad memory? It would just misbehave.
Yeah. The crashing is actually optional. You can disable crashes if you want. And then your program will just misbehave. Which is, I think, usually better. So misbehaving program that kind of keeps your data is probably better than program that does not misbehave but just deletes all your data at the first error.
Is a C an assembly programmer? Can't you tell?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
No safety checks. Program just misbehaves if it doesn't access bad memory. That's how C works.
Yeah. C and C++, they are very low level. They are just assumed to be high-level languages, but you can hurt yourself if you live like it was a high-level language.
Oh. I have a puzzle.
Go on.
What language is this? And what does it evaluate to without running it?
There are some programs that can be multiple languages, right? Does it have to be like a mainstream language? Or can you invent crazy languages? That looks like JavaScript. When you combine exclamation marks and arrays, it just screams JavaScript magic.
What does it evaluate to?
Exclamation array. I have no idea what that would produce. I know that JavaScript likes strings, so it will probably introduce some strings somewhere in this process.
Strings in JSR. Is array.
Yeah, but when you combine exclamation with an array, JavaScript can do many things. It can try to convert the array to a boolean, which would be the sensible thing to do. But I would guess that JavaScript, knowing JavaScript design, it probably tries to convert the array to string or something like that.
So guess what does it do?
No clue.
That is the number 42.
Yeah, actually, it's. I don't know how it goes from on the lowest level. What does the exclamation array do? Everything else is just arithmetic. Once you get to numbers, if the result of those exclamations is somehow turned into a number, then yeah, it would be 42.
It's true.
Yeah. So I knew it. So exclamation array is an empty string and evaluates, I guess, to false. And then another exclamation makes it true.
No is false.
Ah, okay. How do you get to 42? It's a very high number. I don't see that many components in this.
So what is?
That would be like 2 or 11. Yeah, that could be 11. JavaScript could be adding them in strings.
Yeah, it's 2. It's not adding them as strings.
So how can this get to 42? Okay, maybe this final plus empty array is causing the +0. There has to be some string operation there, because otherwise it's impossible to get to 42. Clipping seems to have helped.
Yeah, at the end converts from 4 to. So then you get it. 42. Then you. Which is 42.
Okay, this crash, it does seem like a bug in Skia. Let me check Skia's release notes.
How does this guy get away with using Xerox as his name? Isn't that a registered trademark?
Apple is also a registered trademark.
Depends on the area of the trademark. Right wall.
Yep.
Apple is a trademark of Apple Music, and a trademark of Apple computers in two different areas, Deutschdeutsch. Apple Music isn't owned by Apple computers. Apple Music is a record label.
Okay, there are probably tons of bug fixes here that are not listed in the changelog.
Have you heard the song composed of Windows sound effects?
Yeah.
Raspred Valone 1337 says,
Hey. Okay, I think those issues crash at high zoom It should be addressed somehow.
Sindevelovpai says,
What about the Windows XP Symphony?
I'm not sure. Those songs are kind of like one-off kind of fancy experiments. I'm not sure how to call them. It's not like chiptune, because chiptune is a whole like genre of music that you can listen to and it kind of sounds nice. But those mashups with sounds, the artist has to actually make it a nice song, as the sounds they don't really make a nice song alone. How do I fix crashes at high zoom? They only happen...
No. The symphony is an actual symphonic orchestra playing Windows sounds in a symphony piece. It's odd.
I have an idea.
URL.
This is the app I'm working on.
I have an idea how to fix this. I don't want to stop the user from zooming infinitely. This is one.
The one that was getting haywire images.
Mm-hmm. Have you managed to resolve those issues?
Raspredvalone37 says,
Speaking of chiptunes, have you heard the Solstice title theme?
Sindevelovpai says,
Is this Sway? Or i3, maybe?
I haven't tried rerunning it. Sway!
Yeah. I also did use Sway. It's a nice window manager. I actually think this is the best Wayland window manager out there. Very minimal. If only the default setup for Sway was more feature-rich. Technically, Sway is the most... probably the nicest of them. Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. Hyperland, yes, I meant Hyperland. Hyperland is like Sway, but with special effects.
A lot of people like Hyperland, actual.
Raspredvalone1337 says,
Yeah.
Not Hyperland? Ha!
Yeah. I was thinking about Hyperland. I have an idea how to fix this issue. Here. It is going to be a fun solution. So, what is the problem? What is the problem? Let me show you the command line. I can zoom in and in, right, into objects. And most of the time it just works. It just works. And zoom in and in and in and in and in. Eventually, floating point issues are causing just brokenness. I cannot do anything here. But when I click middle mouse button, AUTOMAT starts zooming out and it eventually recovers. Eventually, I'm back to root canvas. This is not the case where some specific objects are shown on screen, because those objects, they trigger all sorts of issues within Skia. when I zoom in too closely to one of those objects, this is what happens. Failed to allocate image memory. So there is some piece in the Skia code which is trying to allocate a gigantic texture. I guess even what this is. This is probably related to drawing rounded rectangles. Blurred rounded rectangles. So I think if I cannot detect if there is a big rounded rectangle anywhere here without calling snap.
I am too dumb to run Hyperlin.
408034 says,
Hey, been checking out streams from time to time. Subbed early 2024, and I'd like to share my dev story with you soon. In advance, do you check your Gmail sometimes? And you mind if I contact you there?
Cinderelofpie says,
Yeah,
I'm
send me an email.
considering looking into Neary.
And you can send me your
Feasible than Sway.
ID. I'm not good at the Twitch etiquette, because normally when you end a stream, you should do a raid. At least that's what I heard. And I never done this. I should start doing this, so send me your login. I can absolutely check this out. It's actually a nice thing when the stream is almost over to kind of switch to another and check what people are doing.
And it's based on Sway, so my config should be easier to port over.
Raspread Fallonin 337 says,
Maybe add a zoom limiter.
Cinderelofpie says,
Clip probably converts it to a bitmap watch wipe.
Cinderelofpie just followed on Twitch.
Thanks for the follow. So clipping. Skia doesn't actually create bitmaps. Skia actually, if you read through it, it does everything it can to pass the clip information, and the clip information is actually fairly complex within Skia. It is a rectangle here, but very often it's an arbitrary path. So a clip can be a circle, a heart, or whatever. A clip can even have holes in it. And it tries to defer the drawing until the very last moment where it actually has to draw something. And then it compares the clip to the shape that is being drawn. It does the intersection and then draws the shape. But it's still not enough. It's just a bug. They probably forgot this one very specific case to do this. And they are allocating this huge texture. I think, so I like fixing bugs with special effects. This is how half of AUTOMAT works. So when there is a lagginess in the user interface.
Yeah, does the clipping get done on a bitmap, or does it get done on the path? If it's on a bitmap, then it will have to allocate a huge texture.
Sometimes it's done on bitmap, but only at the very last stage. When Skia, it's actually an optimization technique for rendering complex paths. It's using stencil buffer. It's a bitmap, and it renders a complex kind of mask to the stencil buffer first, and then uses this stencil buffer to avoid tricky path shapes. Yeah, so there are a lot of places within AUTOMAT where you will see glitches. So when I move to the right quickly, you will see at this edge of the screen, you will see a noisy texture for a very short moment, but it's there. If I move faster, you could see a little bit more of this noisy texture. There was a bug there, and there's actually a custom shader that tries to reuse. If the rendering is not able to keep up, it's using the old texture and just stretching it in this way to create an illusion of, object.
Because it has to do it for the whole element at a huge zoom level, probably allocating like an 8 cake texture.
Yeah. And when I zoom in very quickly, you will also see pixelation effect. You will have to probably pause the stream to actually see this. But those objects, when I zoom very quickly, they get pixelated for a short moment. And maybe add more of those. Should help with lagginess. Anyway, there is a pixelation effect here. The cables, when they reconnect, they are stretched. So the old texture is remapped to the new anchor points. So this is another kind of mechanism that tries to hide the issue. And that's actually a nice set of paths. And I'm thinking that when the zoom is too high, you could maybe draw something fun here. So let's see, we have this recording. What can I get out of it? What do I have? I actually want to draw something fun when we are at this high zoom level.
As 989, 7 to 72 says,
Hello, math.
Hey,
Raspberry Valen 337 says,
I has 89,772 Poiti.
As 989,072 says,
Raspberry Valen 337. Hello, hello. You know, I made a momentous move yesterday.
what was that?
I now do all my text and code editing and text edit with syntax highlighting disabled.
I can see that. So syntax highlighting, as it's used in most color themes, doesn't really help that much, because what it does, it mostly highlights identifiers.
Raspberry Valen 37 says,
Why?
This is not changing. Is this because of the clip that we applied? this could be it. There is one type of highlighting that I really like. It's semantic highlighting, where it looks for identifiers in your code and tries to highlight them in a consistent color. It's very, very colorful, can be distracting, but I think this is the way to do syntax highlighting.
As9897072 says,
Math, could you try disabling syntax highlighting for a bit? Let's see how you're able to program without it. Whether there's any change in your ability to parse and make sense of code.
I think so. This is pretty much, I mean, this is a custom theme which basically uses two colors. There is one for important stuff, which is the white color, and one for boilerplate, which is the gray. Oh yeah, and there is also a color for comments and constants. The comments are highlighted differently. This is a custom color theme, by the way. This color theme is on Z-Themes and it's called AUTOMAT. Z-Themes, yeah.
Raspberry 337. Originally, I did it out of curiosity, but later realized that syntax highlighting doesn't actually help me.
Sindevelofpay says,
Program with nano.tool.
As9897072 says,
Sindevelovpi, ha ha ha. Dot ton.
Sindevelofpay says,
No highlighting.
As9897072 says,
LSP and AI do help.
Highlighting. Yeah, I'm afraid it doesn't really do any highlighting. I would have to change the theme. Maybe I can do this.
No worries.
They all seem to have highlighting. Oh, minimal. Minimal sounds good. It's different. Okay, there is still highlighting here. For monochrome. Quasi-monochrome. It's still highlighted.
No worries, Math. Don't want to waste your time.
But this theme actually looks fine. No, I'm onto this. Okay. Do I just drag and drop? Oh yeah, I remember. I have to copy this probably into some Z directory. I'll share Z. This one is good. But it's still not, it still has highlighting. It has bold, and it has slightly darker comments.
Ooh, very Mr. Robot.
Let me check. There is a flat one. It has the problem that it doesn't highlight the selected option. Okay. Okay, I will keep these in here. Okay, I found it. I found the thing I have to use. So whenever a widget is being drawn, I can actually poke at the matrix which is used to draw this widget. So if the matrix is absurdly high, if it's super zoomed in, I can actually detect it here. And instead of drawing the original object, I can draw something else based on the zoom level. I was here. That was my... Okay. Don't want to read Skia code. This is what I'm interested in. Okay, so this is the some kind of zoom. Okay, when I zoom in closer, it goes high. This is like what? 3 million or more? I will do this differently. I will get rid of this. I will create it. And I will keep zooming until it crashes. And I will see, yeah, what zoom level was before we crashed. 6 million. This is 3 million, 4 million, and 6 million. And not everybody has a strong GPU, so I think about around 1 million maybe. I will put an escape hatch. So the cool thing is that I kind of have access to the old texture here. This actually opens some possibilities.
Sindevelovpe says.
Hot dog stand, please. Use the hot dog stand theme.
Nice one. It actually made me hungry. Wow. There is one very interesting problem with this theme. There are some monitors which do something called chroma subsampling. And it means that the red channel has lower resolution than all of the other channels. And my monitor unfortunately does this. So whenever I see something red, it always looks terrible on screen.
Asnan 189,072 says.
Don't use a graphical rendering system like 11 Wayland at all. Just write code in punch cards watch to.
Sindevelovpe says.
That's not red. That's Luma channel.
Anyway, so programming without syntax, I already actually noticed that it was harder to find some like anchor points which I wanted to find. Like a block of code like that, it's kind of like looking at a natural text where you don't have any like anchors for your site to find its way.
Look up UV3. It's UV420. It's the Luma channel.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess the term for this is just, maybe the term is inaccurate.
Asnan 189,772 says.
Yeah, so it seems like you definitely find it useful. I'll keep using it in a different context and like. Lake lets you know.
Sindevelovpe says.
Would you ever consider coding using the hot dog stand theme? Or is it too much eye cancer for you?
I would do this. I would do this if the resolution allowed it. If my monitor allowed it. It's going to completely mess you'll actually see this, because if you open this image on your screen, it will look normally. If you watch it through my stream, it's going to look terrible. This one. This text should be much harder to read, and for example this, or this. Depending on the color, it's going to be harder to read it. Pixelation is going to differ. I would say the blue is actually the worst. Strange.
You sure you're not just colorblind?
I hope it's not only on my screen. But yeah, those vertical lines, for instance, I cannot zoom in because then the subsampling is going to kind of disappear. But the lines are not evenly spaced here. There's a space and the two lines are kind of connected. It only affects the red and blue, and those others, a couple others as well.
That's the same with the others.
Yeah, but the yellow and green, they work. And the fun thing is that if you open this on your screen, you're not going to see those artifacts, probably.
They're not supposed to be evenly spaces.
They are supposed to be even. Because this is... because they even move. When I move this window slightly, you can see what's happening with those spaces. They move in the opposite direction.
They are designed that way to have the looping fade.
That depends on the monitor.
Oh, so it's not your monitor.
I mean, if you open this, I mean, on my stream, it has the same issue. My stream has the same issue. But if you do this locally in your own browser, in a separate tab, then this is going to look very clean. It's not the case on all computers. And TV in particular. TV monitors have this issue.
It's your GPU cause we see the same. It's not your monitor, it's your GPU.
Yeah, don't gaslight me. I know it looks fine because I have a different monitor, and when I literally move the window from one monitor to the other, it starts looking nice.
It's the GPU outputting a specific format.
Yep, that's true. Okay, let's try this. Let's try doing nothing. Doing nothing should resolve the crashes, definitely. But it should make stuff disappear. Yeah. So now stuff just disappears at a high zoom. And then reappears when I unzoom. What's that? Oh.
Just don't let them zoom that far.
No, we are going to let zoom that far. The thing is, I want to somehow take the original image, whatever was rendered, and start rendering it as a bunch of atoms. I want this effect where you zoom in too closely, you start seeing atoms, basically.
Screenshot and zoom on that. And apply a shader duller.
Let's take rendered frame. So I should be able to take this surface and draw it. to make surface. Missing. Okay, so I need a pointer, XY, and sampling options, and the paint optional. And I will log this because I need to know what's happening. It is hard to code without syntax highlighting. I thought it would not be causing this many problems. I would say the biggest problem is actually there is a problem in the team. When I have a tooltip, I cannot really scroll through this tooltip with arrows. I cannot see the difference between selected and non-selected option. Just a bug. Okay, it says reusing old frame, but old frame is not being reused actually. And those things are funny. Oh, this is floating point accuracy. This is supposed to be a circle. Of those.
I just saw a great joke.
Yeah, I think reusing old frame is going to be tricky. Maybe I will reduce the zoom level so that it happens earlier.
This was in the YouTube comments. Chloroform smells good, but for some reason I can't remember why. Get it?
Good one. So I actually lowered the threshold for this effect to start. so that now we can maybe try to remap the old texture more accurately. Or maybe I should figure out what I want to do first. I definitely want to have some kind of infinite zoom effect. I want there to be some structure within the object. If I knew how to do it, I would probably use some ray tracing here, because with ray tracing you can do very fun kind of entering the tunnel animation. I never really gained that ability. So I guess one thing I could do is this infinite, some kind of noise pattern, or not noise. Or not necessarily atoms. Instead of atoms, we could have pixels. Or maybe something else. Maybe some kind of noise texture. How did it look in... There are probably some videos. Oh. Check this one. So I actually think there could be a reasonable ray tracer that can do orbitals. I mean, accurate orbital shapes. That would be nice. Okay, anyway, whatever this is going to be, it is going to be rendered fully by the shader. There is going to be basically nothing in AUTOMAT of C++ layer that's going to be relevant here. So the inputs for the shader, I think we should... So let's do infinite zoom page. This is a new effect that we are adding. So the idea is that we have old frame. Say this is old frame. And we have new frame. So if we are zooming in, this is what the relation is going to look like. When we zoom out, this is how it's going to look like. We will have to replace them basically. What do I do? Reorder. It's almost correct. And there are other options which are probably not really that much harder than this one. Well, I need this transition into the atomic space to be smooth. So maybe there will be, there is an axis, let's call this zoom level. There will be a point here. This is where objects are rendered normally. Okay, let's call this quantum realm. So in this place, I think we still need to render the object normally. And mix this with the quantum shader, and the shader is going to take over and over, and eventually it's going to stop rendering the input. Okay, scale. So one thing we should do with this scale is, should probably take a logarithm. You're locked enough? Yes. was actually thinking I will have to use the old frame, but actually I don't need to. I can just render the new frame in this intermediate zone. Do we have this crazy matrix? No, we don't. Okay, okay. Get ratio. This is what I want. I need say at 5 we start entering realm and at 6 we are there. Okay. This is where we should do the trick. So we have this rendered image. I should be able to save layer, define my, how I use this in other places. This is what I want. So I'm using this to draw the black hole, which deforms the space around itself. Apparently it's also used in instruction and some other locations. Anyway. The arguments. We need bounds, apparently, which is optional. But we have those bounds. Or whatever, I will just ignore them. This is the important flag. Save layer and immediate restore. Actually, this is what we are going to do as well. Bounce paint flag. With image filters, runtime shader.
CP Chica says,
Crash-free, only in Java.
Hey, except out of memory. Even Java's vulnerable to this. It's roughly what we want. We're basically almost there. This is literally the last known crash in AUTOMAT.
Imagine forking OS Java SDK and renaming it to Java.
Java sounds like Java++ with double V. Okay, I need a shader. Comment this out for now. Let's go to assets.
And making class keyword be Houdini.
This black hole. Simplify this shader a little. I guess this is reasonable. So when I zoom in too closely, this quantum realm shader should kick in. And I think I can make this shader work with basically any zoom level.
And when
Okay.
your program crashes, you play Houdini scene from Senate voting when Jar Jar gave Palpatine power to start the Empire.
There have to be some joke esoteric languages about Java. Okay. Don't need those uniforms. We'll actually log. How close we are to the quantum realm. Okay, so those logs, they indicate that we are entering, and when it reaches 1, when it reaches 1, it stops rendering the original object. And the crashes should obviously be gone now, right? The problem is that the object also disappears. And the glitches actually start way sooner.
For AUTOMAT depths that you build from source, you are building them in release.
Yep. They have some crazy optimization flags.
Why are then some Skya debug symbols leaked into PDB?
Let's see. I'm definitely setting this SK release. Debug false, official build true, and I think I'm not passing any optimization flags explicitly, but there should be no -G or anything like that. It depends on what build mode you're using. So when you're building AUTOMAT, you can pass nothing. It's not visible now.
Sindevelofp says,
Where T is Y.
So you can build AUTOMAT like that, and this will actually contain debug symbols, and this is intended. This is the default build is meant for development, and it's meant to be relatively fast, but still contain some debug information. I mean, it is optimized. It is optimized with debug information included. And this one, variant release, should have nothing. It's not end of the world if it doesn't have debug information.
RT will contain debug symbols. Info, not symbols.
Yeah, but PDB stuff should be purely debug symbols.
CP Chica says,
RTE does not enforce debug, info exceptions do.
Sindevelov Pi says,
You can get function names and parameter types from RTI.ai without PDB.
Okay, we have the quantum realm shader. We need a uniform now for the...
CP Chica says,
For function names and param types you don't need RTTI.
Sindevelov Pi says,
Assuming you aren't
Yep.
stripped.
Maybe Skia includes this info. Because there's actually no other option. It has to be including this info. If you see it there.
If you're stripped, you can get them from RTI.
CP Chica says,
So it's Google things.
That pronunciation was amazing. Google. Yeah, Google.
Google thing study.
I think it's possible, if I remember, when I'm configuring Skia, I should be able to, I can pass custom compilation flags.
I like this bugged version of Morgan Freeman.
So this is actually strange. I'm actually taking all of the AUTOMAT's compilation args and passing them to Skia. Actually, no, I am removing them. This is filtering. Okay. I am not passing them to Skia, sorry. Yeah, Skia is compiled totally separately, basically. Just a couple defines being passed.
Sindevelov Pi says,
Look up RTA class reconstruction. It's a technique in software reverse engineering, Jordy.
RTTI info is completely different. RTTI is not debug. RTTI is necessary even at highest optimizations if you use RTTI features. And there is no way to strip RTTI without breaking the program if it relies on RTTI. Okay, so now screen should just get darker and darker when I zoom into some object, eventually becoming black. Nope. Wonder why. Okay, I think I need to do it differently. Maybe mix.
Google doing Google things. That works.
Okay, that should be half more.
That works.
Yeah, Baldur's Gate narrator was nice.
It. PT.
I cannot mix colors? What's up with this?
CP Chica says.
Whatever this is on, I want some of that.
Cindevilov Pie says. Coot. What?
Lerp, maybe?
CP Chica says.
What medication is this guy consuming?
Eh.
Get nuked.
I am forgetting how to do the simplest things. How do I mix colors? No, it should work. Mix, vector, vector. Let me see exactly again, slowly. What is causing the problem? It is a little bit distracting. I will re-enable this later. Yeah, I guess you're right. This does not have any sense. Yes, finally. I just messed up the coefficients. Okay, now when I zoom in, I will see darkness, and that's it. And that's darkness. Oh, that's interesting. So at the end it gets white again. And now we are pink. Why are those things happening? The render should be super clean. I'm not multiplying this by any matrix. Image info, texture info, clearing, offsetting, clipping.
Aksha Travel Beam Ninik W says,
Do you do LeetCode?
A little bit. I used to do a lot of this. There is actually, I think, advent of code going on right now. So there should be some... I think advent of code is kind of like... It's today 3rd. Something like this. They are generally... I haven't done all of them in the past years. They are generally simple. Okay, there is a story here. We didn't do the first 2 days, but okay, let's see the 3rd.
Hey man, so I'm a student, and I made a platform for lead coders, and someone who grind for it. It's 1v1 duel for TTS-ed. Want no more? It's not promo.
No, I'm not interested. The nicest category of those lead code problems are team competitions. They are kind of fun. If you have a group of people who specialize in different areas, it gets more interesting then.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, let's do this one. This one seems fun. So the problem is just about finding maximum, like the highest number. So first you find the highest number in the all the digits except the last one. And then you have to find the highest number in the remaining digits. I guess this is just the solution. This will be 89, 98. This will be, what's the highest number here? 7, 78. It's 92, right? So how do we submit? Let me identify myself.
CP Chica says,
AOC time?
And that's it? Just a single input? I thought I'm supposed to send like... I have to change the team because this one is actually killing me.
I'm thinking of doing it in solitary this year, just for memes. Solidity.
Okay, this is finding the maximum, but it's not giving me the position of the maximum. So maybe I can do this. Cool. See if this answer is correct. On the right. They are even telling me that it's too low. Let's do some printing. First line. What does it mean at 98? Oh yeah, I need to use key. Yeah, now it's better. So this is the answer. Yeah. And there is a part 2 of this. How long is this line? 100 characters. I wonder, there could be... This is a dynamic problem. This is a dynamic problem. So there is a whole category of algorithm. So maybe I will restate what's the problem here. You have a sequence of numbers and you have to select 12 of them that have to form the largest possible number. So I have a line with 100 numbers, and within this line I have to select 12 of them. And there is no way to reorder the numbers. Dynamic problems are a category of algorithmic problems which have... There were a couple properties that they need to have, but the key one is that if this one property is present, it's a dynamic problem. It's called optimal substructure. So if you have a large problem, but you can actually reduce it to a smaller problem, then and solve the larger problem using solutions for the smaller problem, then it's a dynamic problem. Then the sub-problems within this problem, they are also optimal. And there is clearly an optimal substructure here, because if I have a case like this one, I can select the first digit and solve the problem with just 99 numbers and selecting 11 digits out of them. And then I can select the first one and solve the dynamic sub-problem with selecting 10 digits out of the remaining ones. And once this solution is complete, I can shift by 1 and repeat this recursively. So that's one, but purely recursive implementation would not be perfect still. And there is also the possibility of, actually in this case, it's actually very simple, because when you are solving a dynamic problem, you also should try to parameterize how many parameters does your sub-problem have. And in this case, there are just two sub-parameters, because there is the starting position and there is the number of digits. So at each position and each number of digits, I can basically cache the results. And so this is one way of solving dynamic problems. You write a recursive function that executes itself recursively. You can then make it, like, invert the problem, and instead of starting from the top and recursively descending into sub-problems, we can go back and start from the sub-problems and go to the larger problems. This approach has the nice advantage that you reduce the need for caching anything. You basically need to remember just one state of the problem. They are tricky, but yeah, why not? We can do this. So we want to have, what, 12? 12 digits. I need to come up with a name for this array. Let's call this queue. So we are looking at one line at a time. At each position, we want to say what is the largest single digit number that can be formed with digits after this position. Because I see the problem has two levels. I guess there will be level third and so on. So it's nice if we, because this one we could solve this recursively, but I bet the next part of the problem, the part 3, will require a proper dynamic solution. So this one, you can still do this with a simple recursive function, maybe some caching. The next one is going to be much, much larger. So let's iterate from the end to this line, because the optimal solution I would prefer to use maybe C for this. What do you loop in Python? Not like that, I guess. So first of all, we will fix the last solution. The last solution is going to be just that. And for all the others, u of minus, not minus 1, I is a maximum of this and u of I plus 1. So we are starting with 8. There is no 9 in here. Okay, interesting. What's the... Hey, apparently I'm doing this right. Such a strange syntax. Cool. Now, the next step here are 2-digit. We create a new array. And the last 2-digit number, actually, there is no last. Anyway. When they are composed in this funny way. Actually, it's good I'm using Python because 12-digit numbers, that would be dangerously close to integer limits. And I guess the next problem is going to concatenate all of those battery banks. Sprint W. The largest number here is 38. Here it's 38, 48. Blah, blah, blah. Then until 58. Looks good, looks good. Copy this code. And let's do this again, this time in a more scalable way. Yeah, W is a good name. Okay, that looks good. Minus 1. This is worse than loops in C++. Wow. Iterating backwards is hard in Python. This is wrong. That should have been +1. Yeah, so like I said, when we do this backwards, there's no recursive calls. We don't need to cache anything. We only need the last two arrays. The problem becomes very, very cheap to compute. I'm sure this is wrong. This must be wrong. Let's see where the bug is. I think this is the last line, right? Okay, so this is our line. It ends with 5. So single digit looks fine. There are no 9s here. Okay. double digits. 25. Yep, 25 is the largest number that starts here, correct? 35, 35, 45. And here we get 55. Good, good. Oh yeah. Now it looks more reasonable. And we had those totals. And this is our answer. Oh. Oh, that was it. Yeah. I don't like dynamic problems. I think they are the most tricky. I'm bad at them. And I think graphs are always more... There is something more happening in graphs. You can draw something. Dynamic problems is just... You have to... you have to hope you will get all of the indices right. Okay, let's go back to doing shaders. So this is an empty shader. It's not doing anything, and it's nice. We have this in scratch surface, and I actually wanted to see how AI is going to deal with it. There's some issues here, like this scale. I have no idea why this scale is causing graphical glitches. This matrix should be super simple here. Yeah, basically nothing in here. It's just simple transform by 64 pixels. Anyway, this graphical glitch actually is not a big deal. So what I will do, I will store this file. Let's play with AI. Let's see what Claude can create for us. Or maybe we can also ask Gemini. I think I need to give this shader one more variable, something that shows the depth. And I will ask this, first of all, I will check if this works. Okay, either work. Okay, should probably push those changes. There were a lot of bug fixes there. So we kind of already did fix the crash. This is no longer going to happen. But we still don't have an ice effect. So this is another thing which should happen. And I want to check this with Gemini as well, because sometimes it can create nice stuff. Yo, yo. Let's try again. And actually I'm going to use Opus. When you chat. Slow down. What uniforms should be? Yeah, I will use Opus because it's supposed to be more like better at coding, and it doesn't have to interact with my code base at all. I just want to have some baseline, something to play with. Yeah, I knew it would use some kind of... Actually, this is not just noise, there is some Voronoi. Gemini is still analyzing it. Gemini is very good. Okay, Opus is going crazy, crazy. They're almost finished. Come on. That was the main function. Who cares about tone mapping and gamma? Okay, I will grab this and see what it actually ended up with. It wants resolution and time as well. Okay, you will have to provide those uniforms. Yeah. Additional charge color. Definitely here. Okay, a couple issues. Yeah, there was so those are two issues, and then two others is that we have loops, unbounded loops. Very bad, very bad. Still says unknown identified. Now just the loops to fix. Come on. Just unroll it. So that was the first broken loop, and the other was at line 60. Let's go there. Yeah, 63. I'm actually not using FBM anywhere.
As 989,072 says.
Whoa, you got rid of syntax highlighting.
Yeah, the trick was to switch to a language that Z doesn't understand. Actually, yeah,
I was away for a bit.
syntax highlighting is kind of easy. You just disable this language, set something random like text, plain text. Yeah, no syntax highlighting.
Sorry to put you through this, ha ha ha.
Okay, so the... Yeah, syntax highlighting is definitely nice. I already miss it. This stuff, unfortunately, isn't working particularly well. Okay, I know why, I know why. I need to pass eye resolution and eye time.
I want to become an expert computer programmer.
Yeah, doing stuff the hard way. For the sake of doing it the hard way. Why suggestions don't work?
Could you repeat that? Couldn't understand it.
Yeah, I was referring to the lack of syntax highlighting. There's really no point to make your life harder, except kind of force yourself to become better. I'm not sure if this will actually give anything. The ability to program in a notepad is not really that valuable.
Real Mega Chad computer programmer's coded punch card.
Or with cosmic rays hitting the surface of the hard drive. So with butterflies, because the butterfly can influence the cosmic rays. I think this is how the XKCD went. What is going on? Why is Z going crazy? Is it because of this? Yeah. Oh, no, this is going to be wrong. Depending on the type that I use here, it's going to write a different number of bytes into the uniform buffer. I need to cast this to float. Let's zoom in. Whoa!
One of the ways I'm becoming an expert programmer is by learning a language really well. Go.
That is actually sick. That is good. That is nice. This is way, way better than I expected. This is written by AI, this shader.
Are those quirks? the current atomic physical particle known to us.
I don't know what this is. I was reading the code a little bit, and there is a function called wave function. It's obviously some arc scene or something like that here. But it produces a really nice wave patterns.
Zoom in all the way to atoms, then nucleus, then quarks.
Yeah. Okay, I'll actually wonder. I asked the same shader to Gemini.
Do those waves represent quantum wave particles? Low.
I think they do.
That's pretty cool, actually. I'm seeing this idea for the first time.
It must come from somewhere, though. Let me check this. So this is the full shader written by the AI. It probably did more stuff at the end. So this is blending, normalizing. This is an even different version. So let's check this one. So in the stuff that I have here, it's not perfect. I think the zoom is kind of, first of all, there is no blending. It starts kind of abruptly. And then when I zoom in, the particles kind of go away. They zoom out.
Heisenberg's wave equation visualized.
And there is also this nice effect when I zoom in too far, you see this pixelation effect and shaking. This is actually not my job. This is just GPU floating point issues. Crazy. Okay, that was impressive. I am going to save this shader.
Maybe it means that beyond a certain zoom point, there's God, and that's inaccessible to us.
So I'm calling this Quantum Realm Opus 1, and I am going to add the stuff that was created on this second attempt. It's probably not going to be as nice, or we will see, we will see. Quite likely it will not compile. How is Gemini? It's just unable to do anything. Huh. Let's see. Oh, now it's starting slowly. I think the scale uniform, this one, should be reversed.
I feel like the color should be maintained or made something neutral instead. When you zoom in on a point of a particular color. Don't.
Yeah, yeah. And that was actually the point of having this progressive. So when we have zoom level and it increases, we are rendering the objects even after we have this quantum realm. And the point is to keep rendering them for some time so that the quantum shader can blend in slowly the atoms with the rest of the object. Let's do this 10 minus this. Some fun effects, but a little bit boring. Or do we have just some noise? Actually, we have eye time. I can use eye time here.
Do you consider yourself an expert software engineer?
It's a very big area. It depends on what topic we are talking about. I'm definitely not a web engineer. Strange things are happening here.
Since principles across different subdomains are the same, you can pick up web dev skills easily in a month.
That's true. That's absolutely true. If you know the basics of programming, yes, you can jump between those branches.
Sure, that's not your specialty, but it'd be easy for you to pick it up.
Yeah. I do know the basic HTML and JavaScript, and that's it. I never used those web frameworks, really. I mean, I used, but only a little bit, without understanding.
Maybe that's what an expert is. I'm trying to define expert to better define my goal.
Yeah, I was giving the program wrong of hints. Yeah, this shader is boring. It's doing some funny stuff.
Is this the one generated by Gemini?
No, this is another from Opus. But this one is, let's say, less successful. Gemini is still deciding again to use Gemini, okay. So strange.
Gemini E needs to be improved. Model itself is good.
Thinking, yes, yes. Go. Maybe I shouldn't switch tabs. Maybe this is what's causing it to stop. Yeah, the other one was way, way nicer. I'm going to switch to this now.
What do you work on days you don't work on AUTOMAT? Other projects?
So on weekend I try not to code, but recently I've been, for instance, trying to make some clips out of those streams. I still work on AUTOMAT, like all week, basically, Monday, Friday. It's just on, when I'm not streaming, I typically do other administrative stuff. For example, trailer. There is trailer for AUTOMAT that I'm slowly working on. Is it here? No. Let me find it. It's very early. Yeah. And it's basically this. I made first 8 seconds. The thing is, I'm not such a good animator, and I struggle when doing this. So I try not to stream this kind of stuff. I try to stream when I can code. Yeah, but it's nice to do other stuff beyond coding. It's definitely a nice... It makes life more interesting.
Looks cool.
Yeah. I am a little bit worried because the first seconds, the first seconds of this trailer, AUTOMAT is really about game automation, right? And the first 8 seconds, they are showing Skyrim, because in Skyrim there is a nice animation, like there is a nice feature. Skyrim is actually not super grindy, but everybody knows this game. Many people know this game. And they have this action where you can chop wood for money. And they have very slow animation there. And when you look at it, it's very clearly that, hey, this game is slow, boring. You have to repeat the same action over and over. So I'm using some footage from Skyrim in AUTOMAT's trailer. And I am a little bit concerned about this because, technically speaking, this is copyright. All of the assets which are part of AUTOMAT Skyrim, you cannot really make a screenshot and show it anywhere commercially. It's not allowed. It's just the practice in the game industry is that this is allowed. Yeah. I am a little bit concerned. Somebody may not be happy with this.
Feed it to AI and ask it to generate a different version. That's perfectly valid low.
Possibly, yeah. I think if this happens, then that will be the solution. And honestly, if this happened, then I would probably look maybe for some indie game and ask the author for permission to use, their game in trailer, because I think it's nice. I think it takes something away to because, like you say, I could do this with AI. I use AI for music, for instance. But showing a game, I think it's giving this game some credit that it's.
Yeah, I'm sure indie devs would be happy for this request.
This kind of making. What's the term for this? I think it's a show of kind of respect to refer to other titles or other games, and not necessarily theft of, game footage. There have been cases like that where people on Twitch have been not sued, but they got DMCA takedowns because they played games that the game developer was not happy about. So, like 90% of Twitch is gray area. Their whole business model is based around games or publishers and game developers allowing this.
Yeah, it would make the trailer feel more authentic.
Okay, let's do.
Good that I'm not big into gaming. Watch mostly programming streams.
And this stream is both. It's a stream about gaming.
Intersection Venn diagram.
Okay, so this is the nice shader. This is the cool one. Now, it's perfect because it goes through so many stages. At first, you have those particles here, and you zoom in, they get larger, and you get more of those, I guess, dipoles. Eventually waves appear. And then things start shaking, and then you are left with pixels. Okay, this transition has to be animated now.
Yep, better. This was actually one of my dreams. I zoomed into reality and entered the quantum realm.
See, there was this one that I downloaded. Oh, it does the blending. Okay, this is actually my code.
Isn't the music copyrighted?
Yes. I do have an internet radio license though, so yes, I can play this. Except on YouTube. If you go on YouTube, you will hear birds. It's only allowed outside of YouTube, unfortunately. Okay, in this other shader there was another nice thing, that was the quantum color, yeah. Tunneling. God, there are so many things here. This is a cool trick.
When doing financial planning, do you account for inflation? And how far out do you plan for? Only if you don't mind sharing, of course. Feel free to ignore.
I do have some spreadsheets, and I do account for inflation. As long as I can, until I'm 70 something. I have a spreadsheet that plans the kind of state of my bank account until I'm very, very old. Or maybe not very, very old. I hope by then money is not going to be an issue. Both of those things are nice, but I would like to increase the frequency. I don't know which one is which. So I would like to add this noise. That noise was really cool.
Nice. I'm pretty frugal myself. Mostly enjoy cognitive stuff.
Yeah, and this is the key. The key to happiness. I've read some articles on some blogs of people who tried to retire early, and the most, like the key is just not buying expensive stuff. I it says grid lines. There are no grid lines. Sparkle. I want sparkle. Sparkle sounds cool.
All this assumes the stability of financial systems and society. If 1929 happens again, the preppers are going win out.
I read a book.
So I consider it my duty to contribute to the world by spreading rationality, donating to think tanks, etc. My duty because I'm selfish. Lol agree.
It's a nice way to look at this. Yeah. EV times scale, cool.
What's the book you were going to name?
I read a book about some Doomsday Prepper's Guide. I don't remember what this was specifically. Let me quickly find this. Practical Doomsday. This one. The author, the message was actually interesting because on one hand, he says that, well, the most likely apocalypse scenario for you is that you will, in your bathroom, fall to the ground and break some bones. Like, this is how most people have accidents. So, and this is the accident that most people should prepare for. Like, if you are trying to prepare for something that would be some smaller scale accidents. But then he goes on and explains some more, let's say, exotic issues like atomic war, like some social unrest, and or like just regular war. And he explains what actually would turn out to be useful, like how much liters of water you need per day, how to prepare it, how to clean yourself if you don't have access to running water, and what are the most useful tools, like how to prepare for like even smaller stuff like floods. It was nice. I actually made a list of things to do, prepare myself, but I didn't follow up with this, so I'm totally unprepared.
I hope it doesn't come to that, but I'm going to account for this as well. Nice. I'll refer to this book for prep.
Yeah, there are some chapters here where he just gives recommendations for best, for example, shotguns or best types of, shooting vests, like bulletproof vests. He definitely covers a lot of ground, but it is a nicely written book. A guy did the research. He's not an expert on this topic. He's not like known as in a prepper circles. He's just a random guy who did a lot of research and made a really nice write-up.
I wonder if there's a limit to the layers of abstractions humanity can build. Plumbing, Electricity are abstractions before it becomes too complex to sustain. It seems to be an emergent phenomenon that sustains itself. Reminds me of the saying that the invisible hand of the market is invisible, but blind as well.
Yeah. Very interesting, I guess, topic here to me is that whenever there is any sort of issue, I mean, he recommends that it's good to have a place to live outside of the city, so that, you know, cities, in a lot of those risky scenarios, cities are dangerous places. Because in cities are the places which depend on resources from outside. Like there are tons of trucks every day coming into the cities, delivering supplies so that people in the cities can do their thing. And if this stops working, yes, then cities are going to be starved for resources, and just being outside of the city will be the best place to be.
It's kind of nice that the best thing for me is also the best thing for the world. Do well, become an expert at something, and contribute to the world. This is why I have faith that rationality is inherently good. I doesn't produce even a single tomato itself, lol.
One of the points he raised was actually interesting. A lot of preppers are buying tools in excess, like for example 50 shovels or something like that. Because the idea is that if there is a problem, for example with production chains, and some basic tools are not being produced anymore, the ones which have been produced will be more valuable, and through bartering, maybe they will be more valuable. And he actually says that if this is the case, then it's very hard to actually monetize them, or like exchange them, because people will be able to just, you know, take them away. So this is why building a community, having friends, is actually like people who can support each other in case of problems. It's probably like the most important.
I'm kind of scared that things like OnlyFans are going to mess up the sustainability of the financial system, as they're eating up a section's entire savings and causing them to live paycheck to paycheck. What are the implications of this 70 years from now? Never happened before.
Yeah.
Rishabha says,
I tell you that.
Hello. Let's zoom in. Unknown identifier sparkle. What do you mean? T? I don't have T. I have iTime.
Asnan189,072 says,
Maybe it is time to bring back religion and fear, lol.
Still crashing?
Rishabha says,
Can you review my portfolio?
Oh, if you're selling assets for streamers, then I'm not interested. P. I have this hash too. I should use hash too.
Asnan 189.72 says,
Rishi bro, things are a give and take in life. Don't just ask for things.
There is this fairly frequent, I would say, topic. It usually happens on Twitch, though, not on YouTube, where people will come, ask for a review of portfolio, and then ask you to buy some assets from them. And those are mostly AI-generated assets. So it depends. If it's something like that, then yeah, no, thank you.
I think the colors shouldn't switch between red and blue beyond a zoom level. It should be consistent. That would be more intuitive.
Yeah. This is going to be tricky, because when we are zooming very closely to some object, at some point, the rendering of the object will just crash. It will just bring the whole process down if I tried to render it at this scale. And not because of my fault, it's because only some objects. Actually, macro recorder would work, this would work, but this one, for instance, would crash at high zoom level. Because Skia has bug when rendering rounded rectangles, unfortunately. Yeah, they don't quite work. But
I mean, that might not be actually true, but it would be intuitive and cool.
yeah. I do agree. I think that this is how it should work. I just don't know how to get the color when I am zoomed very closely. When I'm at, this scale. Because it's not given that I have like a previous frame. It's possible that first render is here and the next render is, zoomed very closely. I may not have access to any texture. Okay, sparkle. I was actually hoping that there would be some noisy texture here. I don't see it though. Its power is very high. Maybe that was too high. Okay, just noise. Let's just add some noise. No noise.
Are you in Europe?
Yep. In Poland. Times 100 should probably stay. Let's see. Sparkle isn't doing anything. Okay, let's do this. That should show something. I want to see what do I have on this in this variable.
I wonder why the best countries are undergoing a demographic decline. Korea too, for example.
Yeah. I think turns out we are easy to influence. When somebody, puts money and research into influencing people at scale, it works.
I should focus all my efforts on prepping, because even if I make the US Europe, I'll still have to prep.
Change this language to GLSL. And now I have ability to comment.
But I'll be dead before then, so I'm good. But what about my children? And humanity actually is pretty good, too. Haha.
I don't need to multiply this by scale. What do we have in P? This is UV.
I think writing a terminal browser is going to save the world. I'm going to write it in x86 assembly.
Let's pass UV here as well.
B2W. I've noticed that some competent people, expert programmers, behave irrationally, which is so bizarre because they have the ability to linearize their thoughts and think. Have you noticed this too?
Yeah, it's not... Being a good programmer doesn't make you... Being a programmer means that you just happened to be around computers. It's not. There are probably smarter people who are doing farming, but just never got to work with PCs. So with this, this cannot be the vignette. This hash 2 should be a number from 0 to 1, and it should be fairly random. Let me try with UV.
I'm working on integrating competence and rationality and kindness to show people that it is possible to have your cake and eat it too.
Hash 2 doesn't work. I go to this function.
Is that to generate random noise?
And now it works. Okay, I know, yes. Time. My computer has uptime. This uptime is clearly too high. Let's say I am going to do a modulo here.
Greater than the greatest possible float value, plus sine wraps around no. Oh, is it the typecasting causing the issue?
I don't know, this time was just out of... It was very high, probably outside of the range of the float type. Okay, this is the spark I wanted. Nice. And just need to fix this. Then go back to the shader.
Do you wear lower garment thermals in the winter?
I do, yeah. Oh, it's FYI, YouTube just went down. So if anybody's chatting on YouTube, yeah. There is an indicator in the upper right of the stream that says whether the stream overlay can talk with different servers. YouTube has quota that's good for about 5 hours. After 5 hours it goes down and there's nothing can be done about this. So here I am converting this noise, which is random and present everywhere, into slightly different kind of noise, more sparkling.
I've been working on standardizing my clothing to wear the same thing intentionally at all times. I do appreciate fashion, but it's not something I want to spend time making decisions on. I'll leave that to the people interested. I found a good pair of cotton pants, but it's going to freeze my legs in the winter.
There is one company I like. Oops.
And the thermals I have now are too itchy. So, my question is, have you come across comfortable thermals?
Yeah, the trick is to get the lightest polyester ones. They don't have to be thick. They have to be... It just has to be something other than nothing. I'm actually looking if this is... if they sell outside of the country.
Basically layering.
Yeah. Layering, but super thin, super lightweight. I mean, those clothes are... They are comfortable only when they are almost not there. Let's see if they are on Amazon.
Awesome. Now that I know it's possible, I'll place the Walmart order. Winter has set in NJ and it's cold.
Those kind of pants are nice. I mean, some of them, not all of them. I actually don't see the good ones here. The good ones are probably something like that, or that.
New Jersey, bet you.
Yeah. Nice, so it must be kind of morning for you. Or not morning, but definitely not as late as it is at my place. Okay, I want to check this. I think multiplying by softmax should make the noise go away.
It's 11 a.m. I'm a master's student, though. Not working ATM, just thinking hard.
That was smooth step. I should replace this. That should be 6 and 5 probably. Ah, I see, I see. This should be 5, this should be 6. Sorry, not softmax. God.
I'm spending a couple hours a day become generally knowledgeable by reading Wikipedia articles. Do you think it's possible to be both a specialist and generalist? I spend about 8 hours on specialist work and 2 hours on generalist work, and the remaining time talking to people. Sleep only for 4 hours a day because I'm excited and want to change the world.
I guess that works. When I was at uni, that was similar. Sleep becomes more scarce. I mean, more valuable resource the later you go. And the generalist, I think, is like the point of being a generalist is that you can specialize easily, right? It's not that you are generalist. A generalist must know something from all areas, you know, computer science. This is a term used in companies actually. When they say that somebody is a generalist, it means that they are flexible. So a generalist is a superset of specialist. It's not a different beast. You do this?
Thanks for your input.
Let's see. No. Not working. I can do 1 minus this, and that should fix all of the issues. Why hadn't I thought of that? 5.5.
Does having a partner make these things easier? 2 brains instead of 1 tire.
Yeah, but it's not... What partner do you mean? You mean like significant other, or a colleague, or something else entirely?
Yep. Significant other, doll.
It's you don't have a partner because it makes things easier. It's like this is some other kind of objective. It's a value by itself, having somebody else. It's definitely nice to have somebody to share, everything in your life.
It's not possible for me to love any one person. I love all of humanity equally. Everything else is practicality. I'll still save my own child. Only because it's more practical. But I think I would love any random child as much as my own.
Interesting. I don't have children, but I think if I had them, I would probably love them more than random other children.
Could you zoom in on a white portion?
And there is one moment where it gets completely dark suddenly. Here. Hey, there is something here. Some lines. There is some effect which we are not even seeing here, that the AI has wrote for us. Okay, sparkle is there. Is this Feynman diagrams? Maybe it's one of those. Yes. So instead of passing P, I mean
Conspiracy
UV,
theorists are going to have a field day with your program.
yeah,
They're going to say the helix represents something.
there is a diagram here. What is P? This is how it should work. Or not.
No, there are two of them now.
And I don't even know how they look. What is that thing? Feynman diagrams. Where is it? So that would be 5 minus.
Probably particle paths.
Let me find them. What's the name for this? Particle path. I hate when AI does this kind of stuff. It creates a helper variable with it does nothing, absolutely nothing, and it passes it through every possible argument. Quantum foam. Time. Oh, this is your time. There's no argument here. More times. Infinite zoom. Need the I time here. Energy fields. And this one doesn't even use the time.
Does AUTOMAT tie into your financial planning as well? Are you banking with some probability on its success?
No, it's more of a hobby. It would be nice if more people used it. Definitely. Okay, does this still compile?
So you're only temporarily off the job market?
I could come back to work, yes. When I was leaving the company, I made sure to have enough cash to be able to just live separately. And my wife is also working, so we do have some kind of cash, not too much, but should be enough to keep doing this for some while. Let's go to this particle path thingy. Shouldn't be passing P, I should pass UV times 2, then it was visible at least.
So the shattering effect at the max zoom level, is it GPU crash or actual effect?
It is a GPU crash. It is a proper floating point accuracy issue. This stuff here, this should not happen. This pixelation. I can keep zooming in and then eventually it turns white.
But it fits so nicely. How serendipitous.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what actually happens.
Degisman says,
Hi, maybe you know what is SAP programming.
Yeah, is this like one of the biggest, commercial vendors for the business automation? I heard about this. I know some people do this. There is a story that they make a lot of money, but I never met an actual SAP programmer in my life. I only saw some memes. Okay, this Feynman diagram is actually kind of meh. It's not impressive.
as 989,072 says,
One of my roommates is a SAP consultant, lol.
Degisman says,
How you do think is good opportunity to the noobite in it.
You mean what's a good opportunity for newbies? If you enjoy any branch of programming, then I think it's nice to work on the stuff that you enjoy. For some people it's computer security. Not for me. I did work in computer security, but it was exhausting. Some people like game development, so they are exploited to make games. But I think I still think it's worth it. It's really cool that we can do stuff that we enjoy.
Like new way to do money.
When it comes to making money, I'm not sure if this is the best way. can be frustrating if you're doing this for the money. If you're not tolerating getting stuck, I mean, you will be getting stuck a lot. So it's...
Asnin189 7072 says,
Are my questions too this generic? Not to throw shade on Degisman's questions, but I want to be self-aware and improve. I want to be able to think for myself too.
No, it's not a generic question. It's a genuine question. Areas in computer science. Making money. It's hard to say. It definitely pays well. I mean, if you can get good at it, if you are just intelligent in general and you don't mind doing something you don't enjoy, yeah, programming is can be very well paid. Yeah, I just got rid of those Feynman diagrams, but there is one more effect which I don't see here at all.
Degisman, but gone are the days you go to a boot camp and get a 100 CAC offer.
Yeah, doing startups also works, but startups are exclusively American thing. You can do them in other parts of the world, but it's like 10x less investors. Right, we will get rid of the vignette. Actually, no, I want to reintroduce the center glow. Center glow was interesting. What is this doing? Huh. Okay. So let's disable vignette, center glow, sparkling noise, and maybe actually let's disable all of this. All of this. Let's start with just a pure basic color as a background. Let's start enabling more and more effects to see which ones, because I think maybe 3 different effects. Okay, we have just a pure color, nice. Let's check this foam. Is this working? What is this doing? Always present at small scales. Not always present at small scales. So this is the foam. It's actually looking interesting. Mountain foam.
Degisman says,
Asnin 89,072 I am from poor country and you think gold to me is like get more 2K per M and work in clean cloth.
I guess programming would work nicely. I mean, just for getting by. I guess corporations are always looking for people, and corporations pay incredibly good. So if you can find a place, and I guess they are still willing to take programmers. I know what people say about AI, that AI built programming, but I just don't see it. I don't know of any programmer who would be I mean, I'm sure that a lot of people have been fired because of AI. But personally, I don't know anybody.
Asnan 189 772 says,
The Jasmine, what is clean cloth? Oh, never mind. Sorry.
Again, the AI came up with this absolutely pointless argument. So this just multiplies p by 5. Skill. Come on. Okay, I will put maybe one more 0 here. And why is time here? What is time doing? Okay, now we get those nice dots scattered around. I like that.
But we're in space now.
Degisman says,
Him have 2 degree. Mechanical mechatronics technician and welder. My soul hate to do dirt job.
So I know one game producer, and I was recently talking with him, and he said that he basically left the job. He left the game company. He says he's going to be a carpenter now. Okay, quantum foam looks nice.
Asnan 189,072 says,
That just meant people in computer programming wanted to go in the opposite direction.
Grass is always greener on the other side of the fence.
Work at Goldman Sachs for 40 years, then become a farmer droid. But you have it objectively harder, I think.
Okay, this is just a random math. It's random math. And I guess I don't really need to subtract or add anything. I just don't want this infinite zoom effect to go in the wrong way, so direction should be correct. Okay, then now it's wrong. Oh, I see. So this is because of this modulo wraps around. Yeah, and then again, it wraps around. So suddenly it turns from blue to black. Black, blue. This is what we should fix. There is something wrong in this function. Let's actually multiply this by 2 so that it cycles more frequently. Now there should be many more of those sudden transitions.
Degisman says,
Hungary, so poor country. And get like car mechanic in the new BMW factory like 1.0 net clean after taxes. This job is like the peak in this country for this profession.
Yeah, I had some Hungarian friends at Google. My manager was Hungarian. I had another Hungarian roommate. The thing with companies, with large companies, is that when they decide how much to pay you, they look at benchmarks for your country. So they see there are literally companies that specialize in collecting salary averages, and they make those reports, like nice booklets, and companies can actually buy those reports from them. Those reports, they are published every quarter, and the companies use them to adjust salaries. So this is why companies typically pay as much as other companies. They basically standardize the pay to the local market conditions. One way to get around this is to move to another country which pays better, or to move to another sector which pays slightly better. That works. For instance, in London, with the same skill set, you are doing the same stuff. But if you move to a big city with high cost of living, but also higher average salaries, you will get paid more for doing literally the same job.
High risk, high reward.
I would say the risk is the same. It's just there is a cost to moving, right? Because you lose access to your social circles. You live in a different country. It's kind of annoying. Shouldn't this be 4? No, it still has issues.
Asnan 189 7072 says,
Math, I'm going to study now. Enjoyed the stream. Thank you for your inputs.
Degisman says,
What say your Hungarian friend? Did him like his mother country?
And they did. So, but they also did follow news a lot, and there is a lot of politics-related stuff in Hungary going on. So they were concerned about the stuff that's happening there. It was years ago, though, like not 10 years ago, but yeah, almost 10 years ago. I really like this pattern, but I have to fix it. It cannot look like that. So maybe I will just leave a to-do here to fix the infinite zoom effect. I don't want to say. And what other actually layers do I have in addition to this infinite zoom? Energy field, what's that? Yeah, this one is cool. This one is cool, but I think this one should appear at some scale. Instead of UV, so that should make it scalable.
I'm young, 20-old, and looking to opportunity, more money, better quality of life, and thinking to move to Netherlands, do dirty job, but get well paid.
Okay, another interesting effect. On place where P is used. A strange thing. It looks like this should work in the UV space. Hey, this actually looks kind of decent. I think it will combine nicely with other effects. Let's bring back the foam. Vignette. Center glow. Sparkling. Also do this per creation. This per creation works kind of cool. I'm not sure which one of them's fixing. Here 6, 7. Maybe instead of times 10, let's do times 5. Still too much. Times 3. No, I mean, not enough. Maybe this should be 10. Now there should be just a single zoom level where this should appear and then disappear when I zoom in too much. Okay, I think it's here. Shadow is... So maybe that would help. key and get in here. Maybe I can use small power here to make it more behave in a more interesting way. No. I cannot. Probability cloud. Maybe I can do something about this. So this has to, I'm trying to disable the sine wave in the center because, okay, that was it. I want to animate it. This is just a sign of the distance. Is it even using time for anything? Okay, I'm surprised. Uncertainty gets UV. I will give it P instead. Actually, I will give it both. I guess I want this circle to... Now there are some rings which I'm kind of zooming into. It's not it. That's not it. They shouldn't end just like that. Continue pretty much to the edge of the screen. Or actually, this could be a nice exercise for the next stream to finish this zoom in shader. Shader which gets rid of the final crashes. Finally. Yeah, okay. Next stream we'll see if we can fix all of those effects that the AI came up with for us. In this Voronoi shape, it would be nice if that was actually mostly transparent and only one of those dots was black. Huh. Yeah, we will see, we will see. I think we need something like that. Yeah. I broke it obviously, but the point is to create a ripple which has a very high frequency in the center and the frequency increases as we go away out of the center. Something like P squared. Something like that. Actually, no. The opposite. Unfortunately, I lost our circle, but we will fix this. This is what we have the next stream for. I will make sure it builds, and let's leave this for later. Alright, see ya next time.